Hello, hello, and welcome, everybody. Yes, in fact, that was some music that I whipped up for my story, All Bets Are Off. I've been working hard back on the grind to get that together. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but we're now back with another slapper, Great Ace Attorney. I really want to finish this up before Monkey Ball comes out tomorrow, so we're just going to finish this last case tonight. I can't imagine there's too much left of this case. Like, we found out who the guy is. There's probably 2 more parts at most of the trial, so we can finish that tonight, probably. I got too invested last night, so I had to come back. That is completely fair. How about we rush right back in then? I should probably close those other windows on my PC so that things don't slow down. All right. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Jenny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture?
Ah, you mean this? That photograph's taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Yeah, the one with her and the gun, but, like, we gotta know. We know it's not, like, you know.
I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windibank's place. I had to know
If Iris's story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windibank's.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
Ah! I nearly died, I did, and the next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what.
Ah, you're the girl who was in there this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story.
I beg your pardon?
The Hound of the something or other. If it's in here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
in Windibank's defense, popping up in here after hours and just being like, I want to see this thing. That's a bit like curious. I will say. Oh, very well then. For pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would ya?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out at the main bit of the shop.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yeah. Mario and Luigi.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. I'm sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop.
But then how did she have the gun when she fainted? That's what I want to know.
I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see?
Hey, Ladoggle. We're hopefully going to be finishing things tonight. At least on the first half. I want to get it done before Monkey Ball weekend.
So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Woof! I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and I locked it as quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. There's a gift from the pawn shop guy running into a whiteboard. It's so funny. I'm gonna need to look that up at some point because that's. I remember laughing at the animation of him running already.
So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner.
Damn.
I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
Shout out to IGN. Yeah, I heard about that IGN review and it's baffling. Why would you mark down a game? Why would you mark a game down a point for having too much content? That's like entitled to your opinion or whatever, but that's just kind of dumb.
That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, then the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rindo's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
Yes, Mr. Eggert.
That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict?
Yes, this motherfucker.
I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. Hey, he was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Rudo's capable hands now, Ginny.
I think it's a Chad name for and yet it's used on such a virgin.
Mr. Naruto, yes? How come you trust me, eh? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
saying, eh? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, no.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ah, the lad. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely.
Best friend, that's it. He's dead. You can say what you want.
But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So, you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no-good lawyer?
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right, you're a friend, Ginny. Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly. Mr. Naruto,
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'm both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time.
Oh wait, this is Cosmos. This is Cosmos theme, isn't it? And now it's playing for Ryu. Ah!
So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too. Partner.
Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Get this eggy fuck. He's still not here. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
Right, there was weather problems. Forgot about that.
I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
Well, my lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Oh, hey. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict, I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. What a lineup of witnesses we got here, or, you know, accused and witnesses, a mix.
Thank you for complying with the court subpoena on such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer.
Is there a pun?
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. And stop schmoovin' in court! Gladly, my lord, gladly.
The accusation.
Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Yes.
I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be... Wait, no. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. It would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, and I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least.
Well, not if the weather fucks you up.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict.
That's not my name, Jesus Christ, I just said my name in court.
Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies. You are?
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So...
Ah!
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. And yeah, I still hold it anyway. I could have worn that shit, pulled off a... I don't know what kind of look, but it would be a look. Natural avocation to make use of pawnbroking services. Fair enough, who doesn't? But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs? Yes! Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, but I don't associate with criminals.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say...
Okay, bitch, I have no intention of making such an outrageous accusation. Do it anyway. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir?
That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. God, we wish they were reasonable in this bitch, eh? A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Why is he gotta have the moves like that? Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Okay. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as evidence. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He tries his best. Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quiet. Now. As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it long enough already. It's just turning into a judge voice now. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Runau?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Somebody actually knows how to keep their mouth shut in this game, damn. But then again, that's kind of bad in court.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
We need to find a way of getting more information out of this man somehow. But compared to the bungling burglars beside him, he seems as innocent as a child.
Or perhaps the Skulkenbergs might be the key here.
Oh, could they be?
Remember, if you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident here, he'll be free to leave.
I know, I can't let that happen. Let's listen to his statements again. Okay. Were there any, like, weird ones I didn't touch? I have occasion to use the services. I touched that one. I'm pretty sure I touched that one. I think I skipped that one, actually.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by— Spare me the science lesson! Who's this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, a renowned detective. So even you aren't able to bring yourself to say great detective. He's just got a little bit of a ways to go. A great detective, you say? No. Sir?
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I got to tell you, eh?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. And you're not even next to them. You're next to Eggert. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that what Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest God, nothing. I was just thinking that if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
We talking about the disc wound? What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago and ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and, Oh, there's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Sounds like a bit of shit to me. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago, not 2 months ago, Jesus. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy.
But you kinda have to. It's a court of law.
As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Please. Very well, counsel, yes. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Protection!
No! You were there to redeem an article! I have no idea what you're talking about. Luigi, what you got to say to me? Oh, I mean... Not you, Luigi. This Luigi.
Excuse me!
God, I do kind of regret giving Gregson the Luigi voice before I knew the literal Mario Brothers were in this game, but, you know, it is what it is. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh, come again, Sunshine? Chris Pratt, no, this is Charlie Day. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Chris Pratt is the one to the left of, Mr. Graydon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, the witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Ah, well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. I know, I'm just still processing the fact. Yeah, don't worry, I'm still processing fucking Seth Rogen. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and I pretend I remember something I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here?
Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks.
Yeah, of course. Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. Bruh, I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's taken away. Oh, thanks for the scolding. Yeah, we already know. Match, I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Some Scaramouche's homebrewed tincture. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment.
I could have just presented this from the beginning, couldn't I? As soon as this statement popped up, I could have just presented this, huh?
Objection.
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? Yeah, get him! As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Got him. Even if it's just a little bit, we got him. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? Would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is this some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
Bruh, it was in McGilded's pocket.
What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, I need a drink. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know now about this disc. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Alright. Progress? There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Also the famed deceased criminal. Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yeah.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Yeah, this game is definitely pushing an eat the rich narrative. Good. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGill himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. God, just stop talking amongst yourself and get to work. Jeez, okay. There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. That's true, I think. I'm 90% sure I'm remembering that Gregson took it before he gave it back to us as evidence today. But I'm pressing anyway, just to see if I can squeeze more information out. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this then, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Oh, Van Zeeks is getting on his ass too. Yes, exactly. Confidential. You should know about all that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks, eh? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough, eh? Coppers like me have a duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? Huh? It's like there's something going on here between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he has at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. What did it say again on the map? Oh, wait, that's a cat. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so I had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what the reverse side is now. I'm thinking... yeah, that checks out to me.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Yeah, get that track out. Yeah. What? Mr. McGild had another article in pawn at Windibank's. That's right, as his second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded at Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What did the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into a pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into a shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Hey, Rubbish. No need to worry too much. We're still kind of in the middle of things, in the thick of it. Yeah, yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Oh, these red-headed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture a counter, where he received his customers, and the other was set to capture shelves, which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means that it would have to be on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another one, another print. Another one. Another one.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident, yes?
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Time to go cross-eyed again. Though I must say placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir.
We counted
Every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Duh!
I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box, I might have been able to break him down at last. But instead, he's just still here, JoJo posing on my grave.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that, in fact, on the one night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy?
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Oh, shit. Is there a place, though? Let me just sign this.
I actually don't think I see anything. Now that I'm looking pretty hard, besides, like, you know, obvious, like, I don't,
Is there something? God, I don't know. I'm thinking that I might be full of shit, actually.
Like, if there is something, I clearly just don't see it. I don't know if I have any evidence either, so I don't... Maybe there's just no discrepancy? However much I look at these two prints, I just can't see that anything went missing. Yes, my lord, I can see nothing wrong with the photographic evidence put forward. Very well, in that case, the matter is settled.
No, wait, Bruno! There's something out of place with these two prints, I'm sure of it. Iris, what about that trick we just learned?
I still can't do that.
We should use that now to really examine these prints thoroughly.
Alright, just uncross your eyes, please. Counsel, it's finally become so accustomed to the wide-eyed stare that so frequently occupies your countenance that crossing of your eyes is another matter entirely. I'm afraid I must penalize you for it.
Yeah, that's what you fucking thought, bitch.
Use a... Wait, we have that stereoscope, or whatever it's called. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence for the court record to identify a discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you believe you to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? Oh, there it is. The stereoscope, yes.
Take that!
We just need to figure out, like, what the difference is between these photos, and we can prove that he was there. Yeah, I can't do cross-eyed, so I'm just like, to view these two prints stereoscopically.
Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Wonder who that belongs to, huh? Let me wait. Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from the window banks on the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork! What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, Mr. McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yeah, it changes everything, I'd say. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting?
It wasn't really much in there. It was just McGilded's copy of Bambi on the PS2.
He was telling Gina to pick it up the other day, I heard. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Please, listen, I saw the opportunity for a brick joke and I seized it. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. The jury is just sitting here. Oh, they're having a glare off right now. Okay, I was about to say, does Graydon ever blink? Okay, but he did. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would have been beyond absurd to bring to a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Shit, I don't have a glass ready. I could have done it again, but no. Wait, I think we do have a wine glass. I think we do have wine glasses in the in the kitchen. Maybe once we break, maybe once we do a break, I can grab one of those to pour my water in. Also, Ladoggle, I made that joke like three streams ago. So shut up. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense.
The articles of this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary.
I'm switching between like 3 levels of snootiness on the fly, and it's a bit much at times.
A black overcoat just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
I'll probably need to get another water bottle on break anyway, so I might as well grab the fucking wine glass.
It's not like it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGill was rich enough. Where'd you get deposit cash at a pawnbroker? I'm quite sure of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Do you ever drink that shit? That's a no.
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
He just has wine to waste for the sake of it, God. He's a rich man too, God. Fuck him up.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to the case?
Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know they're related, don't we?
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. If we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge the fact that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. In fact, the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Jenny...
Okay, imagine how pathetic Van Zieks is. Ignore the racist part, right? But imagine a 30-year-old in his office trying the bottle flipped. Considering how he tosses the water bottle, not the water bottle, the wine bottle out into the fucking out into the like audience, you're so right.
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Whoop.
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand and testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case.
What's the right thing to do here?
Let's have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I'd like to call defendant Miss Gina Lestrade to the witness stand. Defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well. Things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Gina Lestrade. Your witness is currently in the stand, may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
Yeah, we're doing our best. The articles that Mr. McGillen had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of her defendant, Mr. McGilden. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Poor dude. He was just trying to live. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. That's a lot of P's. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the Omnibus harbor secrets of which we have hitherto been unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. And let's be honest, in this court as a whole, really, goddamn. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Von Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the Omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop the roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Uh-oh. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Yeah, but he's also dead now, so maybe we can just work something out.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Hotpot!
I don't think so. Am I really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? With an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Truth is, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the Omnibus the whole time. Irishman dragged me out from the sea. I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream over my head, and a pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. Yeah. That's when Miss Gilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop. That pawn shop obviously being Lindebank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Fanzeeks.
McGillen took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it.
The fuck are they doing over there? Should I pursue? There's like no notification, but they're definitely talking about something.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson, Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
Ah! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? Jesus Christ.
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunset. We saw you. You think I'm gonna need to talk with a shady gent like this?
We literally saw you talking. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking among yourselves while the witness is giving testimony.
Yes, I'm sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you? How exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said.
Which include giving false testimony in court 2 months ago?
Yeah, that's it. And there's one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to a ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
I got my eye on you two now. The ticket? Well, I never!
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months had passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left with me some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important they needed to hide at all costs. Yeah, it's Bambi on the PS2.
Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jenny's really put a faith in you, Bruno.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Don't worry, I'm done with the bit. I just wanted to say it. One more time.
It's time to really go for it. Press on every statement.
Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Well, thanks for telling me.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGill was a sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. To be clear, that's not an invitation to continue. No. I know when I'm at risk of running a bit into the ground.
That's what he told me I had to say.
Well, it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you allowed an involuntary scream.
Yes, that's what gave me away.
When Irishman dragged me out from under the sea, I saw that disc. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was.
Fuck, I lost the accent entirely there.
It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
This disc could belong to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilden picked it up pretty smartish.
And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise.
All of a sudden, I heard a scream over my head and heard to call the police. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, two coves in the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
Whoops. I didn't actually mean to look, but I've got my eyes on them. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were left entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilden, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only a driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Oh, God. Okay, I don't need to remember the voice. Okay, good. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. What did McGilden and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
That's when McGilden stopped the driver to do some tin. We already pressed this one, but I guess we should see it through since we stopped before. So pawn shop and... Just a moment, counsel. Do you tell me that the gave false testimony as well? Perhaps the excursion slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
I folded it up all careful like before handing it over. The coat, yeah. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's gotta be... The coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGill did flash some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Thank you, Mr. Strayed. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilden took what he wanted by force. At the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilden's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try and claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? If they were only going to be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. Well, I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord. My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Let's go. Or maybe let's know. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilden 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh shit, oh shit. Well, I will be right back. Because I've gotta get some more water for this last part. So, yep, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, we're back. Let's get back into it. Whoop, up. I already saved, we're fine. There it is, the fucking thing. So this is the article in question, is it? Yeah. Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Oh, good gracious, that's no ordinary box, it seems. Whoa. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume there is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Oh, Christ. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at the Windibanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we just listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let's let the court listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord!
Good grief, what's the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case.
Buddy, please. You're a good man, I know this. Just back up. Tell me who's bribing you and I'll kick their ass.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with the silly old bit of music.
This disc may very well motivate the culprit in this case to commit murder. Either he's bribed or maybe something of his is being held hostage. Because that's also happened before. Clearly there's every chance that's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play that funky music, white boy.
I'm sorry, I've ruined the moment. Is that Morse? I don't know Morse. Probably not.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
Yo, this is big. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. Oh, I'm jamming out right now. What a bop. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
That isn't Morse. Fair enough. I don't know enough.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yeah, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be, I think.
I believe that could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it has any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the state of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh, yes?
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
If the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music, I'd say. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be! Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not... Ace Attorney games if people could actually keep a straight face. Ace Attorney if people didn't have a fucking ego about them, yeah.
It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Bruno? I just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Wild. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Share with the class, Bruno. Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I'm just thinking the exact same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then, this could be the best chance we're gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is, let me look around at my evidence. Can I get more details about that again, actually? What was that? What was the story? There's a sensational story on the front page as well. Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, that was certainly as hanging on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. They're being intercepted by hostile nations. That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. I could stretch. I could stretch that, but would that intercept? It's worth a shot. I mean, I have 5 credibility right now. If I lose one, I lose one. I might as well press every option I have. Oop.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
I should have saved also to just save myself the penalty, but I should be humbled if I'm wrong, but I think we're on the right track here.
Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
Yeah, this is a very serious matter. Being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably,
those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Me, sir? What is the matter?
You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh yes, we're not a run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Oh, wait. If you take the notes and turn them into Morse code. Oh, wait. Maybe we were on the right track with the Morse thing, just at the wrong angle. Hold up.
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than the passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. There it is! Ahead of the curve.
I don't believe it!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Big if true.
Order! Order! Please, everyone. This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
What does that mean, Runo? Jesus.
For a sovereign government's confidential information, a hostile nation would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! I also think sadly I didn't actually put the secrets in the melody. Damn. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Was the disc going to be discovered before it found its way out of the country? It would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGill would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer's been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Super skulking bros. God. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness reminded me of the crime under scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Hey, speak of the brothers.
Hey, you got to let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Ash Skulkin. Occupation is a professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call, the Three Skulkin Brothers. Eh? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. I'm a fucking bust your kneecaps. Don't test me.
Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by a music box aren't even Morse code. Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One mister will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, did you gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did!
Fucking Ringo's gonna slip off his box soon enough. Quieten down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little ratter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alright. Let's do some cross-examine and... A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Are you sure about that? So this newspaper headline is accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We beg the communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what's of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully. Never meet your heroes.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Besides, those sounds aren't even Morse code.
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's not like I thought it was for a bit.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I mean, he said it earlier. He has like a bit of an understanding at least.
Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by a music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but just stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use the music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
I should have examined it. Fuck. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Well, how about I examine it in the middle of your little shittiness? Oh, wait. What's that? What's that?
Oh, what is it, Runo?
I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
You're right. Come on, then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had 2 discs, they both play back at the same time.
Oh shit. Well, how about that? Anything else I need to examine?
Who thought there'd be a second movement on the other side of the box?
This movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement is also only produces a single tone, like the other one.
Yeah, it must do. Except the length of the teeth in the two combs isn't the same. So a single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. Maybe we should add that there's a second side of it to, I don't know, the court record? Just a thought, just an inkling. Nothing else? Yeah, for McGill, it's a music box upon the window. It's gonna be a more perfect fit. So there's no question. This disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet, despite that, the sound producers are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we already found the secrets. Good thing our buddy Sean. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, didn't he? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box that appears to produce only a single tone could have been used as cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, you're fucking shitting me. And I'll do it again!
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the chord is heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond the joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with this second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. Yeah, we've come this far. It would be wild if it didn't. Yep. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, do I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination? Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
I've been meaning to press that one. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Hey, Luigi? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
No, the other one.
What? Who? Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said there's something that seems to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't have him believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
God blame, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Damn, shut him down. And neither does your fruit.
But bro, I just need a snack, bro.
Oi, that geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down your trip on memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to your testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
I'd say add it. If they say add it, then add it. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last animal statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit that the brothers supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never a skulkin.
Milverton Skulkin's milk run. Gore. Them were the days.
Hold it!
Sure, press it, I guess. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I need to ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver the milk, see?
Ah, those were the days with, what was his name again? Boyd?
Ah, if you suck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right?
So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. It was actually the Explain Dream guy. Yep. I see we're all making the same joke, but in different ways. Good, good. We all had the same idea. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empty with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was a growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum that we lived in.
Core, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft and had to even think about it. But look at him now. He's only gonna become a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it! All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of a secret government message is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? I feel like I need to go back and choose the name. Is it better than Edgar Bennett? Yeah. So this was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from, eh? All right, I thought clever clogs like you would have worked it out. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Could you stop interrupting me? God's sake, man. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton do you decide to interject? Because well... Does he have a third secret name? It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. He took the name Graydon then, see? But that will always be Milverton to us. God damn it, Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena for those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony is unreliable. For once, you were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Alright, he's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. Gotcha. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our next matter of national security, although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. You may be right about that. The trouble is, wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Gilded? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was just so horribly murdered.
I wonder there's some link between the two men somehow.
You check this off those notes? Sure. I will. Those two brothers doing crime. There's some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Gilded anyway. I have no relation to the man. Mason Milverton! Hey!
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why'd you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. Truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, sakes alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh! Got him. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Local man too extra to testify. Yeah. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded? Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? But we never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, yes? So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, you deny that all of this began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh, I didn't even notice that at first. Damn. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits in the croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Huh. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. the only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Woo! Get him!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moments. You see, this makes me as a key witness in this case, and my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm about to prove you wrong. I'm about to prove all your goddamn contradictions something fierce.
Order! Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
God, stop looking at me with that dumb face.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Oh yeah, we did see the bloodstain thing when we tested it, yeah. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure. Can't wait to unravel that fucking code of yours. Wait.
The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If overcoat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, there could be conclusive evidence here.
Oh shit.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist developed a technique to identify human blood.
Hey. Hey, you know who else developed a technique to identify blood? You know who else did that, Van Zakes? You know who else did that?
So here's to true science. It's not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard is a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, I may have a wine glass, but I'm not gonna fucking chuck it. We can shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot.
And it turned purple, yeah. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's from when he was stabbed by McGilden, who was wearing the coat. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh boy, once they find that blood on the overcoat, Jaina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still at the entrance to his shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were starting the conversation with a counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life! Yeah, we were just a regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. It's for self-defense. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items, yes. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me a gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. Windibank threw Nash over the counter, felt a sharp pain. Yeah, bitch. And you mean that's the moment when you were shot? Yes, though I immediately didn't realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed from the floor to the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went to strike the counter in the wall behind you. So it would appear, yes, when I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noted I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I put me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way.
And then he scuppered through that door out the back. At what point? At which point, what did you do? pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storm. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna press everything, because you never know it's gonna make something pop up. They said we need evidence. I'm going to pursue it. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned, eh?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom doors are solid job and made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yep, with my animated eyes. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see it went on through his peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place? Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yeah, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you! But no, it wasn't the broker's gun. The pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. He went to fade into the void, the little shit, and it was at that moment that little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw blood spatter all over that wretched girl, sure. All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
Well, it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mason Milverton's blood from when Miss Gilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they accepted Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Oh, bother.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. The girl dropped the gun in the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up.
Trust me, your fashion sense is enough of a tragedy as is, yeah. He thinks he's a bloom in the mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Grayson, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bullet to... Oh shit! What's going on?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen? Something wrong, Sunshine? Something wrong with you? You were at his throat. Or lack thereof, I can't really see a throat. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this is a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
Just, what was going on now, huh?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, did you mention the third gun when we got you down by the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. That flaming peephole in the door. I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him.
Well, that's just the bias that he gives you. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I had the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. Delicious. I mean, on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End the report.
Goodness me!
Rabble, 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 rabble.
See, what did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blonde on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat, the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my knee pony's friend? That's good drink. Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, I do not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence, and yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blonde coat is 2 months old or not?
Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But, we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I mean, if it works, fellas. I held out Piroski to starving boy and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Bro, watch him pop out in court, and you will be proven so wrong. Watch him come
Very soon. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, Squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
Fuck.
Guilty.
No. No.
Guilty.
Summation Examination 3, baby.
Well, it would appear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have reached a unanimous verdict. Okay, yeah, he does drink it. I forgot. He definitely has a drinking animation. All right, there we go. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem.
Is that who I think it is? I placed a bet on that voice. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Narhart? Oh, god damn it! It's just a bailiff. Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truth is determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
Huh. Thank you, inspirational bailiff. Wait, I know that voice. Am I going mad?
Wait, no shit. No shit! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order! Order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in a hospital.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
Hey, isn't impersonating an officer almost illegal?
When you're styling this hard, when you got this much drip,
I think we can make an exception. No, that's still clearly violating the law.
Okay, fair.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes.
Eh?
Whose side are you on, Luigi? Jeez. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
Hey. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength of Sandman. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible. How did he change so fast? He was wearing his other uniform under the bailiff uniform. I don't know how he did that.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots!
Yeah, tell him, girl!
Now look and see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is!
Naruhodo, I'm going to die of uranium poisoning in 5 minutes. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, which is an oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Mr. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sato-san? Whatever could it be?
What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made!
Ah. Oh yeah, the one that makes cat doors. Sato took one look at the egg fucker and said, yeah, that's the culprit, yeah.
Naruhodo-san, it is of my opinion that this guy is guilty as fuck.
Look, I used this! It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be the judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that?
Which she didn't deserve to say about herself because she's wonderful.
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering.
But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
No.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow.
Wait. Hold the fucking... Wait. No, not at all. Wait. Hold. Do I have like a thing that shows what I'm thinking? The cat did not do it. What I'm thinking is that the flap-a-mat thing might have made that peephole in the door? Unless I'm stupid. Sato-san used this cat flap-a-mat that night? But why? Actually, no, wait, yeah, it's too high up. That's probably stupid. Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already?
I'll just go along with it and see what we're supposed. What is the actual answer then?
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly.
My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. We were in the middle of one, weren't we? Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a witness now.
Objection.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, continue with the one of an existing witness. What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Yeah. No objection. No, my lord. Oh, shit.
The court is obliged to allow it.
The resummation of the cross-examination. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request that continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Oh, I may have to go get some more water, actually. I'm so sorry, but I might need to go get it really quick. I will be right back. Oh my god. My throat is dying. Alright, we're back. Sorry that took longer than anticipated. But one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord.
A single statement, a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! I can't believe he's fucking dead. Just stands so insolently before the court in a state of such a high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. Who's gonna decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Oh! Oh shit, new song? While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Mr. Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. You know, just bite the bullet. Is my crackhead theory right or not? Was the peephole is the peephole made by the cat flap thing or not? A version of this play at the end of case 2. I must have forgotten about that then.
Objection!
What on earth is that essential contraption, counsel? Oh my god, the music stopped. Am I right?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. I saw something really cursed. Grayson's dancing movements that make the Johnny Test whip crack noises. Fuck, if I had that noise on my soundboard, I would use that next time he danced. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and the Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant, using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism! For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the skull conversion and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
No! No fucking making guilty or whatever. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe their plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Killy, time for dinner!
This also feels illegal.
Making a door inside of a place of law.
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door window mix was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cap flaps my cap flapper creates are all the fixed size, and the dimensions of this peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match. Oh, it's Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned students' friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole's dimensions are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Oh, I have proof, though. I think I have proof.
Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Bruno.
Oh, it's quite based, I assure you.
This is the time for you to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank Storm was created after the event, and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A prick from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Oh yes, very colorful. Looks. Oh wait, shit! Hold up! Hold the fucking phone! I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Get his ass! Order! Order! I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. This woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But there's no proof of this man as the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Bruh, you are literally like doing a villain laugh, even more than before. You're guilty. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
This is every instant, but you can't prove it combined. Yeah, Ace Attorney stories like to pull that, I know. I'm waiting for that definitive moment, though. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What the fuck do you think I mean? I mean, what you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court to explain this alleged inconsistency? Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something that he shouldn't have known about, namely,
The people.
the point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. I think the coat could have worked as well. Maybe. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? So to speak. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. The plaza is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is entirely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole. How else is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to the testimony. So if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications? Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness the details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Luigi, I expected better of you.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Luigi loses by doing absolutely everything. Basically, yeah. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting that you're suggesting that to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. The only other person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGill's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time.
Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toll rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that, eh? Why would I be giving away confidential detail to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well, yeah.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponi student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence. Can you prove it? Can you prove it, Naruhodo? Wait, he doesn't say Naruhodo. He never calls him by his name. What am I saying? Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! I was thinking the disc too, yeah. Uh-oh.
Do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with his witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine, eh?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to this newspaper article here? This classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you...
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged a disc for details of the case! Oh, here it comes. Here's the theme. Oh, yeah, fucking... They play this theme like a grand total, like, twice, maybe thrice, but goddamn it hits.
You little... Ah!
Order! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking out whatever it is at McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. That's mine, it is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. That was his way of covering it, huh? Scotland Yard already knew it this time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew they contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Grayton could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Damn it.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, that you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! I could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gramsci hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. A most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personnel effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, and this trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search? I'm starting to think he's being very, on the down low about it. So, maybe search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponi's stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Yeah, I should probably save. After a gut reaction like that, Lord, I should save. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Very well then. Bailiff, conduct the... Oh. Defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
Now, what's all this? Yeah, I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. Wait, he was strangling that other Luigi fellow, wasn't he?
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Wido's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Eh? Blimey? Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, 10-year-old destroys court with facts and logic. Yeah.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Oh God, no. Now hold on a more. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Ah. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, man, that's another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! Order, Mr. Skulkin. What have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, my name Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain exactly what's going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no. Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that Inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
Oh, I don't know. It was during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon when he,
When we left the prom broker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Yeah, that. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and started shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd never been born as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention a third gun when you got it down the station? That's what he said. You got it right down my ear, all he did. Got me head still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. Must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wit, he hid it? But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has gone under some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Uh-huh.
Hush hush! Sounds sus to this judge. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were revealed to be in court evidence, it would be problematic.
Stop. I'm glad that Rubbish got my really fucking obscure reference. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court. I'm just grinning from ear to ear now because of that guy. You took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Psh, admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. What are you doing? What? Bro, please, I am just sitting here. Why are you saving now? I don't know, I just felt like it. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be our guiding light when you're making your decisions.
That's quite a quandary indeed, yes. Rarely have I encountered such an extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leadings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop, please. Detective has very much trusted eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are...
They're gonna believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Is Jenny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windebank stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. Unless you have some compelling evidence. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no
Choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Save. Maybe also check the court record just to be sure. I mean, the disc we know has Graydon's blood. Even if they won't take our word for it, it has his blood. We saw it draw blood. So I think I know what I'm doing here. Maybe. I'm not gonna say that definitively. Have we played the 2 discs yet? No. And I think we still only have the one in our evidence. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you I will admit nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
Please. Is that Mr. McGilda's music box disc, counsel? Yes, the first disc of the 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilda's special box, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. Goodness, this disc, counsel? No, wait, I can't let you do that! Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. Now I have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you let the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Do you admit the charge? In order to protect these state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of! My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Let's go! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Banger!
listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury! I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Oh, shit! Traitor! Oh, Jesus. Okay, don't kill the man in court. Listen, Gregson, I know he's not, in the morally clear here, but don't kill him in court. Bailiff! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! That's it, then. It's all over. Oh, jeez. What the fuck? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. Well, I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Shallow as always. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. He wants you to think it's sad boy hours, but nah, I don't feel shit. Arrest this man. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGiddle. Oh no, do I have to whip out the voice again?
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the minstrel's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum.
I am very much impressed, like, how much of this ties back to McGilded, though. Like, Jesus. What a monster that man was.
As I was responsible for inspections of the minister's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Shit damn, man.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He's a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
A music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine had written some music he wants to sell to the public.
Oh, I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would ya? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2, we were taking considerable precautions. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. And in receipt for the second, he would pay 1,000.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But since he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was.
Yeah.
So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now.
after he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hand and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Damn. Fuck, okay. McGilded's death that day? Was caught. No, they're. What the fuck are you talking about? They're not redeeming him. They said he killed a man. That's damning him even further. Like, they're doing anything but redeeming him, I'd say.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Well, what's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Murder is still murder!
Like, I'd still say, like, what he's doing is morally wrong.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I'm asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGillard he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an impulse. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. Like, I'd still say it's morally gray, even if he did kill like somebody who was like fucking dubious. Murder. I mean, like, it's still very like in the dark. I'd say it's still very like, very sick and twisted. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell.
Yeah, I mean, it's the circumstances. I personally can't forgive him, but like, I understand where he's coming from, but I personally cannot forgive him. Yeah.
An eye for an eye. That is how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. It was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. Yep. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. In the music box, you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's Pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put the jewel in the pawn for you. You'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
Never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. On the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, Regina. I remember now. When we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down.
How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another of McGilded's pawns. They must have threatened us somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it was already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we gathered the fellow's possessions and examined whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going into the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I become nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into that place that same night.
Yeah, he also did try to kill. Yeah, that's another reason I'm not forgiving this bitch. My morally gray boy Luigi almost died.
With the help of your friends, the Skulkin brothers. Your Honor, I was just being a little silly. I was having a gaffe, a bit of a gook. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I've located the music box I sold to McGilded with the shelves of forfeited articles. And this second disc was inside. Yes, it slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? No.
What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb, yes. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. Bloody hell. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry, Tail. But all that other shit you did was still fucked. God! You're still guilty as hell, man. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled.
Yeah, no, we're still punting his ass in the jail, of course.
And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yeah. That about sums it up quite nicely, actually, Van Zeeks. Thank you.
Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. And, you know, nearly strangling a Scotland Yard officer. But, you know, nobody gives a shit about Luigi.
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah, yeah? I'm sorry, I haven't really been out here in about, 3 hours, I think.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Gird up squadron, standing by, sir! This is really it now! The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle! My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah, let's go.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Hell yeah.
That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Yeah.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom, you gave false testimony.
Yeah, but compared to what, the others are doing, that's a bit more of a slap on the wrist.
And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilden's property, it seems.
Okay, well, when you pile it up like that,
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilden's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. God damn, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was most certainly an unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done.
If I may say something on that point, isn't that?
Oh wait, if I may say something on that point, it's about the sounds produced by the box. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just I'm rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code?
So they made him believe it was Morse code to like. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets. Or maybe you were told that. Maybe you were just told that. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilden conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me! Miss Lestrade?
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Get out of my sight! Now, with regard to the murder of Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Okay, I thought my hard drive unplugged for a second. I was about to shit. That would have been the worst. Yeah! Woo! You still got stuff to answer for, but woo! That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh wait, we're still here though. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Oh, shit. Yeah, he is literally racist, but I mean, an intrigue, I guess, yeah. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, and I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Whew. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one never has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people, your incessant babbling!
Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, yes, it was me all along. You see? Ah, Sholmes. Instantly undressed. I assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. God damn it. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued with me a leave of absence. How very above board. Enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strayed?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Madam, I was literally hospitalized. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. But at the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strayed.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for the skies. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. But these jokes didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? I don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while.
You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the Bogjar's stuff, what was his lug, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work.
I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Odo?
Yes? Bruh.
What was that for? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so,
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yeah. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo.
Aww.
Aww. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people ask that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is just awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still be able to make it in time to wave Susie off.
But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... the great detective does it again! What a lad, what a lad. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Sato, where are you? Over there! Look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Sasato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How'd you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes invited you to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Rumo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then...
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gino's anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had in my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, information would prove to be Miss Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged the false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal is planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed. And the criminal would know that, so I wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then,
Why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake. And Miss Lestrade's.
Mrs. Sato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in a witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina.
Who's Graydon?
And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. So the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Sogi?
What?
What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something?
Asogi was the name of my best friend! What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
You mean to say at Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever it is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Sasato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
Should the British Empire have been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
Second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third, T Guregason.
Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name?
What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, no, 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 no!
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who could have ever thought those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where'd Susie and Rudo come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't!
This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Aw, shit.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato! I had hoped you would always have you on my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah!
Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. In the SS Boria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange being thrown together as we were in that case. I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mr. Sato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Oh, shit.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
The cat. Just following them.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
Why did I get the stream notification again? I have no clue.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
100 years from
course
now,
there
maybe
will.
Ryunosuke, but you don't have to worry about that.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
God, I thought we were gonna have like a normal stream length today, but those last two parts were massive. Oh, Jesus, we're still not done.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at the stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato,
You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
There we go. Good game. Good first half, I guess, of the game, if we're counting it all as one big thing. Jeez. Yeah. Shu Takumi back at the helm, and it just felt so right. Honestly, like, I'm not sure if I'm ready to deem it my favorite immediately, but it's definitely in the top 3. I'm not reading all this though right now. I need to go take a piss. I'll be right back. I'll catch up on all this that I missed in the VOD. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Oh my god, I will need to catch up on what I missed of this flavor text probably, but just good game. Like, yeah. Honestly, I will, like I said, we'll be taking a short break, Monkey Ball weekend and all. Okay, no, I can't flirt anymore. I'm gonna be real, it was a bit. I never actually cared for Strongheart. He's just kind of here. I was just on that streak of thirsting over like every other man. Strongheart never really did anything for me. I was just playing a fucking bit. Now Hosonaga though.
Latest Rants magazine is out. Whenever I say one line she wrote now, I gotta stand an ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
God, just the animations, the way that they especially the way they it's a very minor thing, but the way they played with depth and perspective and stuff in the investigations, real good shit. I don't know, I felt it was better than even the other 3D Ace Attorney games.
Must say, battling with those bally stats every day, something or other. Managing well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Damn, so y'all are separate then now. Okay.
My Rowley is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more than those days than hunting out the small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners to drop the pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley.
Man, I'm really interested to see what 2 does, because one has a pretty decent ending, but there are, like they said, a lot of open little loose ends that I can't wait to see how they address and resolve them.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring.
2 is absolutely batshit. Oh boy, I can't wait to see.
He's always going on about them cases what Sholm's getting into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you're getting into them.
Gina, my beloved. Good character. Wonderful character. You, on the other hand,
Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know.
we got time here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulking's milk run, right?
The 3 Muskewatsits.
Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
Honestly, I gave him that voice as I gave fucking, I'm gonna call him Benedict. I gave Benedict that voice as a bit because I really didn't think he was gonna be that important. And then I realized, wait, shit, he is. But I can't back out now. I've gotta keep it going. Aggie Boy's the only criminal shown in the end credits. Yeah.
These past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Man. Stop, Ladoggle. I'd time you out, but we are literally right at the end of the stream, so it wouldn't be worth it. Also, what a lovely picture. Okay, but it is now time to say something cursed. What? Oh, what's this? Am I gonna have feelings? Iris's pigtails look like birthday candles. It's not too cursed, but you know. I can understand it. Oh, ouchie. You motherfucker. Everybody is here. This is a neat little new thing with the credits, I guess. We never got like a walk down with everybody. That's nice. Recording studio, Omnibus Japan. What a coincidence that everything revolves around Omnibus. Just, man. Like, honestly, like, I'd say the first case was honestly probably the weakest one, but everything after that was just really fucking strong. Like, okay, there were a couple places where it slouched, but like overall, I'm very happy with the game. And like I said, with any other game, I would take a break, a longer break between the two, but I really want to see where it goes. Didn't care much about Final Case. Feels like it dragged on just a little bit. That's fair. I feel like I like it just because of like how much it all connects to how much it connects to like everything in the game, and like it shows just how even more of a fucking like twat fucking McGilded was. And second, how like, you know, like everybody who was complicit of something or other did get their comeuppance in some way, except Sasato, but that was because she was holding it for our sake, I guess. But I don't know, like I like a lot of the things it does, but I do get that like as far as Final Trials go, it was a bit like really long. But yeah, just good game. I was redeemed by any means, young and I fucker. Yeah. Speaking of fuckers, why do they always call him short? He's taller than Beppo. He's about as tall as us. Well, okay, hat notwithstanding, he's about a head shorter than us, but okay. But like I feel like the bit with Egg was just to drive home just how like McGilded how McGilded and like his upbringing had just corrupted him, and B, like, you know, how he like, you know, was trying to settle things in his own way, which, you know, I feel like worked in a way of like making him like a good like villain. But yeah, they really did drag him. They really dragged him through the dirt. Beppo slouches? Okay. Natsume. Wait, he's been wearing sandals this whole time? Cursed. Zeeks. Maybe we'll find out more about you next time. Socks and sandals are actual custom in Japan. Fair enough. Gina. Wonderful lass. But, best girl, yeah, she's up there. Definitely up there. I would need to go back and like see with every character, but yeah, she is definitely up there. God, good shit. Good shit. Oh yeah, her design is wonderful. She's got a wonderful design too. That's what immediately grabbed me. But then like she was actually like a fantastic character too. So that was that was welcome as well. God, how many fucking screenshots are you gonna make me save, game? These are all wonderful. Damn, what a game. What a game. No, wait. Oh, yeah. Well, next time, by next time I mean on Monday, we will go into the Great Ace Attorney 2. But I got a Monkey Ball weekend to unravel my brain with then. So, for now, thank you for coming. Yes, I'm good. I'm using the monkey weekend to unravel and be good for that. So for now, thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. Thank you for watching this show. And I'll see you all next time with the monkey.